Hello, babes. Today we're getting ready for Love Mart. Love Mart is a one-day affair happening this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. at Handmade Toledo. It's a little art market. I'm going to be there sharing a table with my roommate. We're going to be showing off our stuff. Part of that is I have some stuff that I need to prep for the show, and that's what we're going to do today. So I got to start. I have here, sorry for the camera shaking a lot, but I do have this here stack of regular comic bags, and I also have my stack of boards because we're going to be bagging and boarding some art straight from my sketchbooks. I am starting with this stack because I have this stack here, and then I have an entire milk crate and a half down in this corner. This is a new arrangement. This all used to be in the opposite corner, but I moved this over here so that whenever I sit or stand at my desk, I can just be like, oh dang, I need scissors. Aha! And then I don't have to reach. It's honestly much nicer to have it this arrangement. So much nicer. So a whole lot of the stream today is going to sound different from my other live streams, so I apologize for that. Also, apologies, I'm not going to be playing any background music this time around because I forgot to do a sound check to see what this would sound like with background music going. So I don't want to have weird echoey effects happening during this live stream. So no background music, which is fine. I think the built environment is going to give enough sound. Waiting for the electric kettle to click because it's been roaring this whole time. I've been getting ready to make some tea. So what I would like to do though for this particular stream is flip through old sketchbooks and pick out some. There's the kettle. Excellent. We're going to be making some tea in a minute. But we're going to be flipping through some old sketchbooks and picking out little standalone illustrations out of these and putting them in bags and boards so that we can offer them at Love Mart. And I'm largely doing this because I'm coming to the end of one of my sketchbooks, and I am running out of room to store the sketchbook once it's done. So I'm going to go through old sketchbooks and see if I can whittle stuff down and make some more room. Hopefully this works. Before that though, I'm going to make some tea. So also, are you digging my monochrome look? I am in my monochrome era. I love it so much. Last live stream, I was all purple. Yesterday, I was all blue. Today, I am all black. I am getting stuff arranged so that when I go to Love Mart this Saturday, I will be in all red. I'm very much looking forward to it. A little honey there. We're doing the usual Earl Grey decaf from Twining. Hopefully the mic can pick me up. We'll see. Okay, we're going to let that steep for a bit. Also, apologies if partway through the stream there's a knock at the door and groceries, etc. I put in a Instacart order, and I was hoping the Instacart order would get here before the live stream, but circumstances happened. So now they're going to arrive after the stream. When the time comes, I'll just put up a little snack break banner, and we'll do it that way. Okay, before I start packing up stuff in earnest, I'm just going to post on Discord really quick, letting people know that I am live. Well, Shopper just checked out. excuse me, checked out the order. Oh, also, I'm wearing my little, I don't know if you can see, wearing my little dragon egg. I love this little dragon egg. Check out the video I posted on my channel showing off some of the like jewelry and craft stuff that I made, because that's where I talk about this, and the earrings a little bit more. Love these earrings. Okay, I gotta say, there are some clip-ons. There are some clip-on earrings that like you clip them on and you can feel the pinch. These ones, I have not felt the pinch all day. All day. These are really nice. I don't know what the difference is, but these are nice. I really like these. Don't mind me, just getting some links ready to let people know that I'm live. Join me as I prep for Love Mart this weekend. We're gonna select that. Boop. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. Sometimes. I'm glad that I have capped the number of Discord servers that I am a part of, because I used to be a part of more. And then I went, I am not going to be putting any energy into these other ones, so I just left those. Really culled it down to the ones that I am actually interested in putting my time and energy into. Okay, there we go. And I've let folks know on Discord. And now, that's actually a good segue. Good segue for getting the tea. Also, I just want to show off the little, it's a cat paw. Little cat paw. It's actually part of a mug set. Hold on. I love it. I love it so much. This was a gift from Alex's parents. I love it. Oh, wow, that's hot. Okay. So let's start with this first sketchbook here. Alrighty. I had the thought of angling up, because right now the laptop, which is what you're looking out of, the laptop is sitting on a rack, and I could change the rack angle to increase the angle of the camera. In fact, why don't I do that? Also, just realized my microphone's not plugged in. There, maybe you'll actually hear me this time. Sorry about that, folks. Hello? Okay, cool. It's actually picking up my voice. Yay. Okay. Whew, sorry about that. Okay, well, if the original microphone did not pick up on anything that I said before. Hello, babes. We're getting ready for Love Mart, which is this Saturday. So part of getting ready for it is flipping through these old sketchbooks and seeing if I can find some like standalone illustrations that I would want to bag with a board and package them up to take with me. Price them at about $20 a pop. Because a chunk of why I'm doing that is because I'm coming to the end of my latest sketchbook and I realized I don't have a ton of storage space to store it when it's done. So I'm going to go through these old sketchbooks and see if I can cull it down a little bit and make some space. So we're going to start with this one, which, let's see, Bad Coffee Sucks. This came from Java Junction in New Mexico. Madrid, New Mexico. That's how they pronounce it because New Mexico is a lot like Ohio. If you see anywhere that looks like it's named after another city from across the globe, pronounce it wrong. That's how it works. Because like, oh yeah, okay, yeah. These are sketches from. Okay, this was my sketchbook from my first trip to New Mexico back in 2016. Okay, wow. These are throwbacks. Holy crap. I had a purple pen that I was working with that particular trip, and that was a lot of fun. Little journal diary there. Took some sketches of some of the things about that trip. I was there with Validation co-creator CB. We were, doing a lot of the New Mexico tourist things, checking out the lava rock ruins, checking out the restaurants there and all that good stuff. I have not scanned these in though, so there's a little part of me that wants to scan these pages in before I bag them up. These would also make great material for zines for my Zine Club subscribers, to be perfectly honest. Realizing the light is not doing any favors. Stuff like this is showing up a lot. But are there any finished illustration pieces? Because sometimes flipping through these, I'll find like actual worked on illustrations from like sketch to finished art rendering. Ooh, that's a fun one. I might bag that up. We'll see. Hold on, I'm gonna bookmark that. I still have like a whole stack of flyers from the holiday pop-up shop, which I haven't put to use very much outside of just like scrap papers for bookmarks or letting friends draw on the back of them during D&D sessions, that sort of thing. I forgot that I had come up with a sketch game. You basically take a D20 and you roll, and whatever number you drop the thing. This was geared specifically for me, hence why some of the categories are like Charlie and Clow, Validation, Mr. Dino and Friends, that sort of thing. I don't really do that much anymore. Not sketch games like that. I don't really do sketch games. Mostly because I got other stuff going on. I don't like that one. Ooh, that's interesting. Might bag and board this one. That seems interesting. Could possibly take that to Love Mart. I think that would be interesting to some people. I'll take it. There we go. Okay. So we got one. We'll bag and board that in a minute. Ooh, I think I've scanned this one in, but this was one of the initial concepts that I drew for a 11 by 17 print that I did ages ago. Yeah, we'll offer you. We'll offer you a Love Mart. Why not? Let's actually put the pile in a place where you can actually see it. Color tests. On occasion, when working on illustrations, I will do color tests like these just to make sure that what I have in mind will actually work. Ooh. We're going to offer this guy. We'll offer this guy at Love Mart. Because I think that'd be cool. I think I drew him for, oh gosh, this was back in 2016. Yeah, I lived back in my old hometown in that age. This was for a D&D campaign that I DM'd for. This was one of the NPCs that the players fought against. I remember now. Okay. Yeah, so we'll do that. No idea what this is. Maybe I'll offer it, but I don't think it's like $20 worthy. I'm not sure that I would pay $20 for that, so I don't think I'll offer it. Ooh. Oh, this one I think I'll offer. This one's a fun one. Yeah, I think I'll offer this one at Love Mart. I think this would be real good. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Taking the tab out of that one. I copied down some poems that I really liked into here. What the? Okay. I had gotten gouache, and I guess it came with a color chart? Wild. All right. Surprised I kept that, but okay. Must have been important to me. Maybe I'll include this one. One of the original sketches of Norsa from The Legend of Jamie Roberts. Don't ask me what the swirls at the top are. I'm not sure. But might include her. I'll put a bookmark in it. And we'll come back to it. See how that goes. Aww. I drew these for Thoughtful Dinosaur buttons. Those are cute.
Hey, Bree! Oh, come here. I has a cranky little old lady.
She was scritching the walls, demanding attention.
This is Bree. She is 17. In May, she'll be 18 years old. And she's still kicking and very feisty. Yeah.
I feel like I promised the live stream bingo cards last time, and I'm sorry that I did not put that in the descriptions. In fairness, I've been getting ready for Love Mart and doing a lot of last minute projects this week, so sorry. Okay, and ooh, I forgot that I did that. Green and black sketches. I really like these.
I like these. I like these a lot.
I think I'll offer you. I know I scanned that in, so I'm not worried about that. Ooh. I want to do more patterns like the multicolored one there. I'm going to do more patterns like that.
and incorporating multiple colors, not just having it black and white. That's really cool. See, this is another reason why I like flipping through old sketchbooks, is because I forget the ideas that I considered important back then. Oh, goodness, yes. Tell us all about it, madam.
Tell us all about it, madam. Oh, goodness, is that right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting ready for Love Mart. I'm flipping through old sketchbooks. Oh, I know you don't care.
See, sketches like this, like the collections of sketches here, like this was clearly important to me back then. This is like tail end of 2016. We're getting into, oh boy, I feel like I don't need to state, but yeah, that era. Why did I bookmark that? Oh, I probably bookmarked it because part of me wanted to work on this to completion, and then I did not. So, I don't know. I might leave the tab there. Might go back to it, might not. Aw. These were sketches that I drew at UmaCon. Forgot about that. I don't know who this guy is, but I like him. Maybe I'll toss him in. You know what? I'm going to toss him in. He has to bring delight to somebody besides me. I feel like he would bring such joy. I can't get over this face. This is Business Raptor's friend. Slow Toad. It's actually Pechu.
Yes, Brie Brie? You want to tell me all about it? Yeah? Are you wanting to scratch the wall?
Brie Brie wants to scratch the wall.
Don't you, baby? Yeah, you do. I know you do. Mm-hmm. Brie Brie. Oh.
Brie Brie's being very fussy, and I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe because I'm standing at the desk in a time slot where I usually sit down. Because I know sometimes she'll want to jump up into my lap. Don't entirely know. Also, I've been lingering on this for a little while, but I might toss her in. This is before my Gods and Spirits art book zine. Clearly I was on a kick. So we'll include you in there. Tilt the camera up a little bit so that maybe you can see my face a bit better. Oh, for fans of validation, if you remember Piper. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can get the lighting just right. There we go. If you remember Piper, there she is. So cute. Piper was the British cosplayer that Allie crashed with when she finally went to the UK. And okay. Let's see. Ink exploded. Don't know how that happened, but okay. Oh, And then there's Jeremy, another character from Validation, along with the color keys that I drafted up as a easy reference of them. Not including that one. Oh, that's cute. Maybe I'll toss that in. This was a Patreon reward back in the day. I like it. We'll toss that in. There we go. Hold on. Sorry. Time for some tea. Maybe that was because I had some hot sauce in my ramen today. Hot tip for anybody who is eating ramen but is being a sad sack and eating the like straight flavor packets that come with the ramen packets. Bravery, I'm trying to give the audience a pro tip on how to improve their ramen game. I need you to not scratch the walls. Anyway, to improve your ramen game, don't use the seasoning packet that comes in the package. Use chicken bouillon, preferably 2 teaspoons of chicken bouillon. Boil that in the water. Soft boil an egg, and by that I mean put an egg in the boiling water and boil it for like 6 minutes, and then pop it into the freezer for another 6 minutes. And while that's going, cook your noodles. Then when the noodles are done and cooked in your chicken broth, in your chicken bouillon broth, then with the noodles, add pepper, garlic powder. If you have it, basil is a very good addition. And forgot the while the noodles are like boiling, at that stage, add a teaspoon of sour cream and a dash of hot sauce. Makes really good broth. Okay. Outline of the Roxy week that I was writing that week. Aw, this is fitting. I came up with little valentines. I forgot that I came up with little character themed valentines. That's cute. Forgot about that. View from a friend's house. Don't like that one. Oh, this was from an atrium in a building in Columbus. We're not going to add that. That's a study. Ooh. These little like art notes are pretty neat. Like that. Ooh, yeah, we're gonna add you. Look at that. That's Piper in full cosplay. I like that. We're adding that. I mean, yeah, we'll add this in too. It's not my favorite lettering practice, but you know, the sentiment is there. I feel like somebody would resonate with that and want to spend the money for that. So many notes. Why was I taking so many notes? This is a lot of notes. All right. Okay. There's a poem. Weird. Hit. Black Santa. Might toss him in there. I don't know. We'll see. We'll put a bookmark there. We'll revisit. Work with me. There we go. Ooh. This is neat. Drew this on Christmas. I must have been very bored. I mean, I usually draw on Christmas, so. Aw. I'll give you a rare glimpse into this. This is from my grandmother's kitchen. And these are 2 family members doing dishes together in my grandmother's kitchen. There's a little part of me that really wants to just keep this just for posterity. I think I'll keep it for posterity because Mom's been talking about now that the house is passed on down to the family now that my Grammy's passed away. Mom's talking about redoing the kitchen cabinets, and this sketch is one of the few documents that I have of the original cabinets, which are from like the 50s. So I think I'm going to keep the sketch. More notes. I had a whole bunch of bumper stickers that I drafted up after what happened in November 2016. Let's see. Quotes that I really liked. Interesting.
Oh, goodness! Brie suddenly got the zoomies.
I don't like that one. Oh, that's cute, though. We'll add this one. We'll add that to the stack of sketches going to Love Mart. There we go. All right, so that's... I'm going to say that's it for this sketchbook. Yeah, you know what? I'm not even going to bother looking at the ones that I bookmarked. Because if I bookmark them, odds are pretty high. The answer is going to be no. So we'll just skip that. Okay, so that's one sketchbook down. That didn't clear a whole bunch of room. But we'll see. We will see what happens.
But I do have paper that I can make into a crinkle for Brie to chase. Go get it.
Oh, the camera can't really see her.
Oh, there she is. Did you get it? Did you get it, baby?
What am I selling? That is a good question. I didn't really get into the specifics of what I was getting ready to sell, but I'm going to be sorting through the sketchbooks looking for some standalone illustrations like this small snack here that I've got. I'm going to be bagging and boarding those and seeing if I can send them off to a good home. So original sketches, definitely going to be part of the lineup for Love Mart. Hold on.
Oh, goodness. Brie's got the zoomies really bad. You want it? You want the crinkle? You want the crinkle? Go get it.
Here we go. Okay. Other things I'm selling. I have misprint copies of The Legend of Jamie Roberts Volume 1. I have a bunch of those still, so I will be offering those at a discount. I only have 2 standard copies, that's what I'll call them, of The Legend of Jamie Roberts Volume 1. Those are the ones that are not misprints. I only have 2 of those, so I'm hoping that I can clear out the misprint versions. There's also Volume 2 that I will be taking, and my art zines. So I will be taking Witches, Gods and Spirits, Dragons, Stars of Fantasyville. Just letting you know, for folks who backed Cats, the sketchbook on Crowdfunder, Cats is not going to be part of the lineup this Saturday. The books will not be in until Monday. That's what UPS told me anyway. If there's going to be any delays, I will let you know. But Yeah, cats is not going to be part of the lineup. Sorry. I had considered printing and trimming some like mini comics and zines, but one, my printer can only do black and white, and two, I was restocking zines for 2 consignment shops earlier this week, and I forgot how much time that takes to print and trim zines. And I was like, no thanks, I'm not doing that the day before Love Mart. I would rather sort through my sketchbooks and tear out little illustrations that I can then bag and board and sell for $20 a piece. So we'll just do it that way. And hopefully by clearing out enough of these old sketches, I can make room for a new sketchbook, because I am coming very close to finishing another sketchbook and I don't have space to store it yet. So one thing at a time, I guess. Okay, so we went through one sketchbook. Now we're going through another one. I mean, I could, you know what? I'm going to bag and board those other ones before I flip through this one. The stars all over the cover from this came from Jonas Goonface on Instagram and on a few other places, but I know that Jonas Goonface is on Instagram. Very, very punk, very fuck the police, very angry. And yet, when I ordered a zine of his, when I opened up the package, all of these stars fell out of the envelope and just bombarded me with joy. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to keep these stars. So I did. And I put them on the cover of the sketchbook that I have here. That's what I did. Okay. So I'm going to be scanning these in later, because scanning is a whole different part of the process here, but I am going to bag and board these just so I can get them done and out of the way. All right. Oh, this vibrated. Did my I know I stated this earlier in the stream, but my Instacart shopper, I had put in a shopper order. I was hoping it would get here before the stream started. And because of certain circumstances, they will be dropping it off after the stream has started. So if at some point the order arrives, I will just adjust the camera and we'll take a little like snack break while I put stuff away, because a lot of it is fridge stuff that I need to put away. Let's see. That was 33 minutes ago. They should have arrived by now. Getting to me soon. Okay. Well, we'll see. The projected arrival time is 7:35. We will see if that's true or not. All right. Also, AJ Easterly, if you're watching this stream, hello. Thank you for asking. What is Love Mart? Love Mart is a little market hosted by Handmade Toledo, a little artist and crafts shop in downtown Toledo. Handmade Toledo hosts workshops. They also carry a lot of independent small business stock, and almost all of it is stuff from creators based in Toledo. I actually have a few things on the shelf now, primarily stickers and like a couple of zines. So yeah, Handmade Toledo has some of my stuff and some stuff from a bunch of other really cool people. You should really check them out. Also, Handmade Toledo is on Instagram if you'd like to give them a follow and check them out. They're generally cool people. This is the first Love Mart that they have organized, so there's a little bit of adjustment going on, but still very excited about the whole thing. Okay, I gotta move some stuff around to make room for the bag and board steps. Sorry for shaking the camera around so much. Woof. Okay. Moment of truth. I know I have scissors right around the corner, but I want to see how much I can get done without the scissors. There we are. Okay, I'm just going to have that upside down. One sec. Okay, done. But Love Mart is hosted by Handmade Toledo. It's Valentine's Day themed, so there's going to be some like Valentine's stuff. But Love Mart is a little market hosted by Handmade Toledo. They're going to be showcasing for one day from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. a whole bunch of other indie creators based in Toledo. Okay. I have a box of paper shreds underneath of the desk, so I'm just going to toss the remnants down there. Okay. And because I still need to scan a lot of these pictures in, I'm not going to tape the pages down, so we're just going to leave them open. But we are going to bag and board them just so they're out of the way. Get that started. This will actually be my first show of 2024, now that I think about it. A friend of mine got confirmed for AwesomeCon. I'm still in talks with him about splitting a table there. I will keep you posted as things develop on that front. I got confirmed for Wrathacon, which is April 13th, if I remember this correctly. But I'm confirmed for Wrathacon. I'm going to see if I can get into Genghis Khan this year. I was accepted last year, but last year I sold my car, so I didn't come up with any other alternative mode of transportation to get there. So I don't know. We'll see this year if I can make it back to Genghis Khan. I would love it if I could. As far as other things that I'm taking with me to Love Mart, so I'm taking comics, I'm taking original art. I will also be taking along acrylic pens because I have some acrylic pens still. I have a ton of stickers. I'm debating if I want to offer the stickers for free or for $1. And the reason I'm going back and forth on that is because I kind of want to stop carrying stickers. Because, like, previously, I did stickers because my printer could print stickers. But that was when it printed in color. It can't do color anymore. It can only do black and white. So that really limits what kind of stickers that I can do from home. And I really did not want to offer stickers otherwise because having to place an order with an outside printer for stickers means a lot of time waiting for packages to arrive. And I already have enough of that with my book orders, etc. So I really didn't want to add the hassle of adding stickers to the list of outside vendors to have to coordinate with. So there's a little part of me that just wants to clear out the stickers and just have them be like completely gone and just have them done and replace them with keychains and pins, because keychains and pins are growing as a category in terms of sales. They're at least in my top 5. I did some numbers, actually. Let me see if I can pull them up real quick. Here we are. I did an entire set of spreadsheets last year for looking at my inventory and seeing what did best and how good it is. Obviously, number one category, books, by a large margin. There is no contest. So I'm definitely going to keep books up. Let's see, most units moved. I mean, stickers move the most, but the problem is that they're only my number 3 most profitable thing. My top 2 most profitable categories of items that I sell at shows are books and original art, which is why I offer those. Stickers are number 3, but even then, they're still less than 10%. Less than 10% of all of my sales. So if I cancel stickers, it's probably not going to make that much of a dent. If anything, it would probably cause some other categories to gain, like prints. Prints was a category that just barely edged out stickers. Average profit. Okay, I have to clarify because I did do 2 separate things when looking at my numbers. One was most profitable and one was average profit per unit. So yes, stickers are largely profitable because the markup on those is the price to print a sticker is so low that even offering it for $1, I could still take a lot of profit from it. But stickers are $1 at my table. They don't I'm looking at the average profit per unit spread that I've got here. My top 3 categories with the average profit per unit, the most profitable sales price per unit, the top 3 results are original art, books, and prints. Number 4 is digital work, and number 5 is keychains. No other category makes it there. My top 5 does not include stickers. So that's a big part of why I'm looking at canceling stickers. They take up so much space. I think they just overwhelm my customers with choice paralysis. So that's why I'm also looking at just clearing out all of my stickers. Okay, and let's see the numbers. I have one sheet that's just the numbers. Yeah, no, let's see. Yeah, average profit per unit. The most profitable category is original art for me, and then books, and then prints, and then digital stuff. So stuff that I have a lot of, that I have a lot on Ko-fi. What about wholesale stickers for retail? I've only had one shop ask me for wholesale retail stickers, and that's Handmade Toledo. Nobody else has asked me about doing wholesale sticker sales. If there are wholesale deals that people have asked me for, it's for zines. This is why books are my number 1 sales category. So no, probably not going to do wholesale sticker sales. I'm just going to work through the inventory that I have and not restock it. Once it's gone for stickers. So just going to see if I can just clear out all of my old stickers. Once that's done, we'll see. We'll see after that. But I don't really intend on carrying stickers again. If I do, I will be going about them very differently. I did have the idea of doing like what I call the husbandos series, or like beefcakes and husbandos. I had the idea of maybe just having an entire series of stickers of just beefcake dudes and having them as stickers. But I feel like those would do best at conventions. And this year I am trying to do fewer but bigger conventions. But then there's that issue too of having to coordinate with outside printers for the sticker orders. And I already have enough of that going on with the book printers and everything else. So honestly, stickers annoy me. That is what it is. Stickers do not bring me joy to carry. So if they do not bring me joy and they are this annoying, I'm going to stop carrying them. That's what it comes down to. I'm going to put more energy into books and original art. Maybe prints. But again, if I do prints, I'm going to have to work with an outside printer for those because my printer here at home does not work. We'll see though. Prints take up a lot of table space. I don't have a vertical display for prints as of right now. I still need to order I need to order a thing because thanks to the backers of Cat's a Sketchbook, thanks to the backers of that crowdfunder, we raised enough to print like 20 books and get a new book display, which I forgot to order in time for Love Mart, but that's fine. It's fine. Hopefully I'll get it in time for AwesomeCon, if not Wrathacon. So yeah, they helped fundraise enough to get a second book display like the one that I will show off later in this stream, because later this stream I do intend on doing a test table layout. Just to see what all will fit on my table, on my end of the table, because I'm sharing a table with my roommate, Alex. Alex is going to take half a table. The tables are 6 feet long. So that means I have 3 feet to fit everything. I have measured out what 3 feet looks like on this desk. So later this stream, I will be laying down my usual like convention tablecloth and spanning it out to 3 feet. And honestly, this desk is about the width of an average convention table. So that works in my favor. So yeah, when the time comes, I'll just lay a sheet out and we'll be doing some like test layouts for the table. See, I used to do that. I have Arch of Winter says, I have a portfolio for people to look through. It takes up table space less than displaying all the things you have. I used to do that, but I found that if there is a way to put a print up, like vertically, not in a portfolio book, but like up behind you, that sells more prints, is what I've noticed. Just having them in a portfolio book. I did that for like the first like 5 years that I sold stuff at conventions, and they sold okay. They were not nearly as popular as the books or anything else on my table, which was part of why I stopped offering prints for a while, because they just, for the longest time, they weren't in my top 5 sales categories. My top 5 sales categories for the last like 10 years have been books, original art, and usually the third category changes depending on the thing that I'm working with lately. Oftentimes, in like the first part of my career, it was zines. So I'm thinking about bringing physical zines back in again. We'll see. There's a few different things that I could replace stickers with once I phase out the stickers that I have. I could replace them with mini comics and zines. Excuse me. I could replace them with mini comics and zines that I could print and trim and fold myself, though that is a time sink. I could print more stickers if I wanted to, but I don't think I'm going to. I was looking at doing more keychains and acrylic pins, because the acrylic pins and keychains do really well. Depending on what category of like sales or barometers that you're looking at, they're usually in my top 5. I'm going to check because keychains did make it in the top 5 for one of these. Average profit per unit. Part of what skews the average profit per unit is the average sales price of the individual item. Part of the reason stickers is not super high in average profit per unit is because they're so cheap. So keychains being in the top 5 for average profit per unit tells me they're cheap to print, but they do offer a larger profit margin than most things. So that's why I'm going to look at keychains and doing more keychains. Most units moved, they're my number 4, and pins are my number 3. So yeah, I'm going to do those. Because while stickers are my most units moved, technically speaking, they're still not the top 5 for average profit per unit. So like stickers move, but they're cheap. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm not really keen on carrying stickers. They don't bring me joy anymore. The ones that I have in particular don't bring me joy anymore. That's why I want to get rid of them. Let's see. Oh, I would appreciate that. I assume you're talking about showing off prints. Arch of Winter says he uses foldable display grids, tall as a person but fast and easy to set up. If you're talking about the box grids that literally everybody uses, I know where to find those. But if you're talking about something else, sure, send me the link. But if you're talking about like the wire and clip grid equivalent of a milk crate, I know what those are. I know where to find those. Literally everybody has them. I try not to judge. Sometimes though, there are some well-meaning dudes. Arch of Winter, I'm not saying that you're one of them, but I have had well-meaning dudes fairly early on in my comics career try to give me unsolicited advice about how to improve my table displays. And one of their suggestions was to basically use the same props that literally every other artist was using. And I'm like, if I wanted to look like every other artist, I will do that. But I don't want to look like every other artist. I want to have more unique table displays than that. Which is part of why I use my milk crates so much. Because milk crates stand out as far as table displays go. For a while, I did also have a spinner rack for my zines. However, I then phased zines out because a few years ago, zines were the same problem then as I am having now with stickers, which is that they're a time sink to make designs for. Zines in particular had the additional problem of they took time to trim and fold. They took up space. They were a really low price point. So like the average profit per unit wasn't even in my top 5. So I phased out zines for a long while and just focused on books and other stuff. Yeah, see, that's why I didn't want to go with those like box grids that I was talking about. Arch of Winter says, I don't like box grids because they are such a pain to set up. Yeah. But a floor display, color me interested, or at least color me curious. I'm curious about the floor display. There are some conventions, though, and some markets, they are very particular about how much floor space you take up. A lot of places will not let you set up anything on the floor in front of your table. They will usually ask that you set up stuff behind your table. And if you do set up stuff behind your table, you got to make sure that it's not going to fall on anybody. I've only ever seen one tall floor display fall over on another person once. Twice. It was twice. I remember one of them was fairly early on in my career, and then the second one was like a few years after that. Like long stretches of time between the incidents, but did not like witnessing those. I don't have a ton of wild convention stories. Probably the wildest one is for Put and Play Con, but if you want to get the full experience of that, I did an entire separate video about that years ago if you wanted to watch that. I mean, the video quality for that particular one is not great, but it does encapsulate pretty much the madness of that show. Put and Play is so far on record I don't want to say it's the worst show. Worst show to me was Lewisburg Comic Con from last year, and I'll get into that. But no, Put and Play was... It was a disaster, but it was a fun disaster. Lewisburg Comic Con was just a bad time. So Lewisburg Comic Con, I did not know about most of the drama until I got to the show. And even then, I did not find out about most of it until after the show. And then I went, well, I'm never going back there. So, yeah. At the show for Lewisburg Comic Con, I did not find out about this until I actually got to the show. But at the show, it was revealed to me that the organizer, I don't want to say made enemies, but he was definitely not doing himself any favors in the local community with some of his more outspoken political beliefs. And if you want to know what kind of politics I'm talking about, he had some volunteers passing around comic adaptations of Ayn Rand short stories. For anybody who wants to know what kind of political philosophy Ayn Rand has, just imagine a 1950s housewife writing political books that boil down to, "Mummy, I don't want to share." That's Ayn Rand. I mean, it's a gross oversimplification of those political beliefs, but that's basically what it is. Don't read Ayn Rand. Be nice to yourself. You deserve to live a good life. Don't read Ayn. No one should read Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand is a punishment. There, way back when I was an unknowing teenager, there was a part of me that was like, maybe I should read Atlas Shrugged because it's such a thick book. If you want to read a real thick book for the challenge of reading a thick book, read Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy with footnotes. I have a copy of this book. It's like this thick. It is as thick as a copy of Atlas Shrugged, but it's more enjoyable. Oh, that's a good point, too. An easy way to learn Ayn Rand's political philosophy, go play BioShock 1 and 2. Yes, because the... what is it called? Rapture? That underwater environment, the political leader very much bought into Ayn Rand's philosophy, and it's... There are big daddies who get their drugs from little girls because the little girls are drug mules and psychic. And it's, BioShock is, when you say stuff out loud, it's a little weird. But yeah, it's woof. It's not a good time. I mean, it's a good time, but a lot of it's not a fun time. Thinking in particular about the dentist office. If you know, you know. Okay. I'm wondering if Ayn Rand had any influence on, probably not, but I'm wondering if she had any influence on the DreamWorks movie Ants. If anybody remembers that nightmare fuel. Here we go. Thinking about making some popcorn, but I don't think I'm going to. I already had popcorn last live stream, so not too worried about not having it. Oh, okay. Are we about to unpack the ants lore? I feel like I'm about to unpack the ants lore. Because Arch of Winter asks, isn't ants more of a communist manifesto deal, or am I misremembering? Okay, so Ants is... How do I paint this? You know what? Give me a minute to run to the bathroom because I got to run to the bathroom anyway. Let's put up a banner here for snack time. And that'll give me a minute to like percolate and articulate my thoughts, and then we'll get back to this. So I'll be right back.
I has a baby. Look at these little chicken legs. Murder Pete's. Uh-huh. But I love you.
While we're on snack break. Okay. Haven't heard any new updates from my Instacart shopper. So back to this. Okay. So addressing this question of isn't ants more of a communist manifesto deal, or am I misremembering? So I can understand the misunderstanding because there is a segment probably about halfway to 3/4 of the way through the movie where the very obvious bad guy says something that makes you think that the bad guy is a communist. Because what his line is, I'm not going to get too much into plot details and what prompts him to say this, but he says, this is how dangerous individualism can be. And up to that point, the society has been painted like you have to do things for the good of the colony and blah, blah, blah. And so it almost looks like it's going to be a screed about communism versus individualism. There are two problems with this. First, most Americans don't understand what communism is because they think Stalinism is communism. Stalinism is warped capitalism. But in order to understand that argument, you have to read On the Trail of Genghis Khan by Tim Cope, which isn't even it's not even a political screed. It's about a dude trekking across Asia. And he gets into it a little bit there. The other problem with the ants argument being made is that in Ants, it is at the very end that the bad guy reveals why it is that he is doing what he's doing. What he's doing, he's been saying it's for the good of the colony. That's what he's been telling everybody. But then at the very end of the movie, he lets it slip because Christopher Walken ant, because Christopher Walken is in this movie. That's how weird this film is. Christopher Walken ant is helping the hero and half of the colony out of a water pit. You have to watch this movie to understand the context. But Christopher Walken ant is helping Woody Allen ant and a whole bunch of other ants out of a water pit. He punches Gene Hackman ant, who is the bad guy, the very obvious bad guy in this film. And Gene Hackman ant is like, "What are you doing?" To which Christopher Walken ant is like, "Something I should have been doing this entire time. This is for the good of the colony, sir." And he helps Woody Allen ant up out of the pit. As he's doing this, Gene Hackman ant is like, "You useless, ungrateful maggot. I am the colony." And that tells you everything you need to know about the bad guy. The entire point of Ants is that it tries to paint itself as this communism versus individualism argument, and then the bad guy completely ruins the argument, in my opinion. If you want a better breakdown of, like, if you want a better argument for fitting into the rules that society gives you versus pursuing your strengths as an individual, Mulan is a better movie for this. In my opinion, Mulan is a better movie for a breakdown of that argument than what Ants is. Ants really falls apart in a lot of ways. Not least of which because of what I just mentioned about it trying to paint itself as a communism versus individualism screed, and then it turns out that wasn't the point of the movie. There's so much about that film. So much about that film that's just like, oh, you know. part of the reason I feel like Ants came out the way that it did, and this is actually backed up by fact, is that Jeffrey Katzenberg was beating the team to try to get them to release Ants before Pixar released A Bug's Life. So that's why Ants has a really poorly thought out argument. It could have been better. In my opinion, it could have been better. What we got was ants. That's all I can say about that. All right. Oh, okay. Hold on. I just realized I think I'm working backwards in the sketchbook timeline because I was just flipping through the September through November 2016 sketchbook. The first sketch is dated June 7th. So I'm working, hold on, I was working backwards. So I'm going to pull from the bottom of this stack now. I'm going to pull from here this time. I drew all of these way back when. You remember when Rise of the Brave Tangled Dragons was a thing? This is a Tumblr fandom. Because How to Train Your Dragon, Tangled, Rise of the Guardians, and Brave came out at roughly the same time, or at least within a couple of years span of each other. So a lot of the Tumblr fandom was like, hey, what if all of these characters just existed in the same world at the same time? That was such a wild fandom. It really was. All right, let's flip through the sketchbook. This is from January of 2016. Okay. Oh, I have a tiny envelope in here. I don't know what was in this tiny envelope, but I'm so tickled that I have a tiny envelope in my sketchbook. This is so cute. All right. All right, so what finished art is in here? I'm doing rapid fire flip through. I'm sorry. I will pause at notable pages. Well, this one's notable because this is the first like ink drawn page that I've flipped through this entire book so far. So that's interesting. This is accurate. Arch of Winter says, if I had a nickel for every time an animated movie about ants was released in 1998, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Yes, it is very weird. Animation was such a wild time back in that decade. Oh, Page of Wonder sketches. Ooh, I might bag and board this one. Check that out. I think I'll bag that one. Yeah, I think I'll bag it. Don't think it'll sell at Love Mart because Love Mart is very Valentine's Day themed, but hey, you never know. There might be somebody into this particular style. Janemba. If I had thought to do a finished art for Janemba in time for Love Mart, maybe I'll have time to do that still. Look into it because Janemba is Valentine's Day colors. And for anybody who has no idea what I'm talking about, yeah, let me pull up his character on my phone here. Ah, good. Okay. My Instacart shopper is on the way. I'll need to get my ID because booze, but okay, I'm pulling up a picture of Janemba so that you have an idea of his color scheme. This is Janemba. Had I thought, I'll see if I can get something done in the next 24 hours for Janemba and his color scheme because this is so Valentine's. Look at this. Look at this Valentine's Day color bad boy. Like, clearly he has to be part of the lineup in some way. Oh, this is a good question. I'll take a second with this one. How are you able to let go of your babies, parentheses, sketches like that? I could never get rid of mine. So these sketches are not my babies, first of all. Because, okay, I'm going to show you why these are not my babies. I need you to observe this. Watch. If I did that to a baby, you would arrest me. I can do whatever I want to with this sketchbook. It is not precious. Like, yeah, it got knocked off of the things, but I'll fix that real quick. But like, no, these sketches are not precious to me. Also, I have a scanner, so I can scan these in. I mean, there are some sketches that I will keep for sentimental value. Like I was flipping through my last sketchbook and I was very explicit about a sketch from my grandmother's kitchen that I am keeping, and I'm not selling that because it's probably the only documented evidence of that kitchen the way that it was back in 2016. So I'm keeping that one, but these other ones, they're not that precious. They are documents of a time nearly 10 years ago, which is wild to think about now that I think about it. It's 2023. These are from 2016. These are from like 7 years ago. A lot of these sketches I'm looking at right now are from 7 years ago. Wow. Wild. No, these are not that precious to me. These are, they're creative exercises. They are sketches of what I thought was important to me at the time, but that was 7 years ago me. Current me is looking at these and going, I can part with these. And I am willing to pass these along to people who will find joy in them. They don't necessarily spark joy in me anymore whenever I look at these. So I want to pass them along to people whom it would spark joy. But again, these are not my babies. If anything, I feel that I have grown as a creator as a result of making these. And admittedly, this is a philosophy that is very similar to Elizabeth Gilbert. And I know Elizabeth Gilbert is somewhat controversial in some creative circles. But I do really, really resonate with her argument that with creative work, the creative work is not your baby. You are its baby, because as you are making it, you come out the other side as a different person having grown, which is, what happens when you are a child being raised into an adult. You are a very different person than you are now, basically. Well, I'm not going to bag that one. Could finish these. Not going to. Hourly Comic Day from 2016. Recent Hourly Comic Day was actually on the 1st, and I did not participate. I had the thought to, and then I went, nah, not gonna. I'm actually kind of glad that I didn't. I didn't really have the bandwidth to participate this year. I don't have a ton of finished artworks. It's just a bunch of like pencils. I do have a Janemba. I have a Janemba. I have a Janemba. We're putting him in there. Yes. We're putting him in there. Yes. Oh. For anybody who's a fan of Tiny Unicorn, got some Maker sketches here. I love these. Okay. Flipping through. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, we're adding you. This is another one. This is Boo, a.k.a. The Janemba clone. Yeah, so, okay. Ooh, yeah, we're adding you. watercolor sketch from this sketchbook. We're going to add that. Ooh. We're adding this. This was in Mermaids, a sketchbook zine from like 2016. I might do reprints of that zine. We'll see. But yeah, there's Mermaids. Ooh, I forgot that I drew this guy. I'm just going to show that off real quick. He was part of another zine that I did called Demons. Might reprint Demons. We'll see. More mermaids. We got that. Ooh, yes, we're adding you. This is Wind the Wise Woman. She's from a D&D campaign that I ran back in 2016. She is a dragon in disguise. I love her. We'll add her to the pile. Ooh. I have this already scanned in. This was part of the Mermaids sketchbook zine from 2016. We will add that. I really hope the camera did not pick up all those dicks. Because I did not realize there were so many dicks along the bottom of that page until just now. Oh, more Janemba sketches. Because I was on a Janemba kick in 2016. I mean, can you blame me? He's fun to draw. A little over-designed in some of his muscle structure, but, you know, the foundation is fun. Oh, we're adding you. We're adding this one. Because why not? I think I have them sketched in. Or scanned in. I believe. We'll see. A lot of these are already scanned in, so I'm not too worried about these. That was spoilers. That was spoilers for Jamie Roberts. Let's see. Ooh. I don't remember if I have her scanned in or not, but I'll make sure that she's scanned in. Concept sketch for Norsa back in 2016. This is dated March 1st, 2016. We're adding that. Ooh. Composition sketches. Practicing my compositions. Okay, that's good to know. I appreciate you giving me the feedback there. I'm glad that the camera could not pick up the dicks. Ooh, here we are. Okay. This is concept art for another comic idea that's in the works right now called The Others. That's the working title. I'm thinking about renaming it to something else. But the basic premise of the story is that it follows 3 different point of view characters. This is one of them. His name is Gunter. He's a half human, half alien race. In this world, it's called Other. Uther, so like Uther. But he's like the only half human, half Uther in an entire city where it's like you're one or the other. You're not both. And then we have Riley, who's the other point of view character in that comic. We'll add that to the pile. She's scanned in. I know she is. I mean, I'll double check, but I'm fairly certain she's scanned in. There's my neighbors. Let's see. Oh, hold on. I gotta show off this little guy. This one. I love him. I don't know who he is, but I love him. That little black-eyed creep, though. Could do without him. That's some sketches there. Oh! I believe that is my Instacart order. 1 second. Hello?
How are you doing? I just need an ID.
Oh, yes. 1 second. I'll be right back.
I forgot. Time for a bit.
I almost forgot that my roommate added that in the family.
Oh no, you okay? You're fine.
Oh, you're good.
All right, you can have a good day, man.
You too. You're doing such a good job helping, bud.
Oh yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Gotta be careful with those. Those are eggs. I was hoping that there would be some paper bags with these because paper bags actually make really good and convenient crafting paper to make sewing patterns out of, but it's all plastic. All right, so extended snack break while I put away these groceries. Now would be a good time for you to get up, do some stretchies, maybe get some water, take care of yourself during the snack break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Why are there bananas? I did not order bananas. I'll reach out to my neighbors, see if any of them want bananas. I can't eat these. I'm allergic. Not unless for some reason Alex added them. I mean, if they're for Alex, I'll let her eat them, because I can't eat them. Oh.
Ooh. Got this brownie fudge mix. Very excited about that. Mm-hmm. Ooh, good. You're not going to be a pain in the butt to assemble. Huzzah. We love brownies in this household. Oop. Meant to do that. Alcohol. There we go. I don't know if you'd want that in the fridge or the freezer, but put it out there for now. That must have been an Alex order, because I did not order milk. There we go. Look, and the orange juice into the fridge. So good. Yes. Ooh, yuck. I forgot we had whipped cream. Okay. This is an absolutely healthy and necessary amount of potatoes. Don't judge me. Had to put them on top of the slow cooker. Let's put that there for now. We will be back in just a few seconds.
Yoink. Yes. We just had company dropping off things.
It's so cute. Anytime that there is a knock at the door, Mooney immediately hides under my blankets. It's the cutest thing. Any other time, he is a wiggly little worm, but he's deathly afraid of strangers. Arch of Winter, like getting less potatoes are an option. It's either a huge giant bag or one single plastic shrink wrap, nothing in between. I mean, there are options if you grow your own potatoes, but like, we love potatoes in this household. So, you know, having 2 bags of potatoes is actually on the lighter side for us. Because we eat a lot of potatoes. Oh wow, that was saucy. We like them fried, baked, mashed into a stew, oven roasted. We like them a lot of different ways in this house. That one's almost saucy, but it was not. Oh, we'll add this one. Ooh, hold on. That next one was quite racy. Okay, we'll add this to the pile. This is another dragon in human disguise from my D&D campaign. I cannot remember his name for the life of me, but he's a silver dragon. He was working with a bunch of gnomes on inventing cannons, basically. Here we go. Okay, this next sketch here is quite racy, so we'll skip that one. All right, let's see. I am flipping with caution now because this is quite a dirty book it's turning into. Okay, here we go. We're fine. We're fine. Aww. A little teaser for what might be coming up in the next part of The Legend of Jamie Roberts once we get to that point. A little loving for Daniel. Maybe. Yeah, I think I might add this to the pile. Bloodthirsty Punk. I think I'll add that to the pile. Cool. All right, that's it for that sketchbook. On to the next one in the pile, which is this one. This, you know, come to think of it, I might not flip through this one because this is perfect bound, not spiral bound. So yeah, upon a quick flip through, there's only really one thing that could maybe qualify for being added to this pile, but it's going to require an X-Acto knife to cut into it. So we're just going to set this aside from now.
Hi, mister. My studio buddy has emerged from hiding. Let me see if I can get him. Oh. I know you want up on my desk. Hold on. I will assist you. This is Mooney Vegeta Muser Peterson Crawford. Yes. Are you being a good studio helper? Oh. Yeah.
He likes to jump up onto this desk and help me with things. The only way that he knows how. Walking over keyboards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is a different setup than usual.
Yeah, show your butt off to the internet. This is YouTube, not OnlyFans. Be careful how much cheek you show.
Sir.
He was being such a cuddle bug earlier today.
Yes, you were. You were being such a cuddle bug. Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you for the kisses.
Oh, I know. Hold on. You probably want to get onto the glass table. Hold on. I will help you. Here you go. He wants to try to walk back and forth between the two desks, but there's not a ton of space for him to walk. See if I can make him a little path. Here we go. Sir, I made a path for you. Could you not come through the other side? I made him a path on this side, and he decides he's going to come over here where there's like this much walking space.
Have to hold him like a little baby. Likes to get spicy. He's a spicy little noodle. Yeah. Yes, you are. Mm-hmm. Are you quite done? Did you?
For the record, he was not biting that hard. He was doing like play bites. So it was more like just kind of like resting his teeth on my skin. So for anybody who might be like, oh my God, no, we're fine. All right. So we're going to flip through this next because these are going to be tearaway pages. Much easier to get the sketchbook pages out from than the other sketchbook. So yeah, and this is from June 2016 to, when was the last day? Probably September. Yep, September 2016. Because the final pages of this book are from the first few days of my New Mexico trip back in 2016. So, okay. Probably won't, oh, I was about to say probably not a ton of finished artworks, and then I get graced with this on page 2. So we're going to add that. That's cute. Okay. Ooh, dope. I don't think I scanned this one, but I'll add this to the pile. I didn't scan this one in yet, but I'll add it. That's an original art that's going to go to Love Mart with me this weekend. Ooh, that's a heck of a costume idea. Had the idea of possibly putting everybody in solar punk-esque outfits in the others, but considering the setting, it didn't really make a ton of sense. But I might do that for a different comic project, like Traveler's Road. I think it worked there. We're adding this. We are adding this to the pile of original arts going to Love Mart because this is just funny. Yep. One of my favorite Thomas sketches. I don't know if he's ever going to say this in the comic, but I just love that attitude. Well, whoop-de shit. Oh, we'll add that to the pile. This will go to Love Mart. Who needs beer when you can have tea? Somebody will resonate with that, so we'll send that over. Whoop. Is this
Ticky tack?
not that good on the bottom of this page? Okay. Ooh, we're adding this. I used to have prints of this. This is the Air Mage, part of the series. Yeah, this is Air Mage. Water Mage is a different sketch. But this is Air. This was Copics. Copics with fine liner pens. I like how it came out. I want to do more sketches like this one. Ooh. Dragon Ball Z sketches here, particularly of some fights from the Boo arc. These are fun. That was June 2016 that I drew those. I'm gonna keep that one. I'm not even gonna show it. That's entirely for my little fanficky heart. Ooh, okay. There's okay. Nipples covered. There's a little part of me that wants to take this, but I would have to put some like little tasteful censor sticky notes over this because she does have bare nips, but I think I'm going to take her anyway. We're going to put her face down for that one. But I think that would resonate well because of some of the art that I've seen at Handmade Toledo. I think this would resonate with people. So I'll take it. I'm taking this one. We're bagging this one. That's gonna get bagged and boarded. We're adding it. All right. I forgot that I drew this for just a general like how to make a mini comic workshop flyer thing, and I left the when and where blanks blank so that I could fill it in Photoshop or Clip Studio Paint as needed. Oh, we're adding this. Adding this to the pile. You know, the Arch of Winter says they need to make black Post-it note for the censoring occasion. You can do that. There's also Sharpie. And I have plenty of Sharpie. Because don't tell my old office, but I liberated some Sharpies from the old office that I worked at last year. They weren't going to miss them. It's not stealing from company funds if they're being put to use. Oh, we'll add this. Hold on. Censoring this one is going to be trickier because there's like hand gestures right there. You know what? You're going to have to go to Love Mart to see this mermaid. Ooh, we're adding this. I think I've scanned him in, but we're adding this. He's not going to sell at Love Mart, but we are going to keep him for like Halloween events. So for sure, going to bag and board that one. Aw. Okay, these sketches I think I'm going to keep. This one, I'm going to keep this one. This is from a gathering with UU church members at the property of one of our members because they had a farmhouse out in the middle of nowhere, and I drew some sketches of the gardens of this farmhouse. I think I'll keep these because I still have some pretty fond memories of that. We're gonna add this. We're gonna add this to the Love Mart pile. Yes, we're adding it. I know I have a scan of this one because I had thought about making this. I had thought about making this into a t-shirt design. That was why I scanned it in way back in the day. So I know I have this scanned in. Oh, this is actually a concept sketch for a much larger painting that I did back in the day. I'll show off the painting one of these days, but not today. Ooh, I might add this. Lolita outfit sketches. I might add that, but I think I kind of want to keep it. I'll keep it. For now. I will keep it for now. Let's see. You know, I'll add this to the pile. It's pretty cute. We'll add it. I do want to scan it in though. I could probably finish that up. Okay. Rapid fire flip through these. Okay. This was the concept art for a larger painting. Anybody who's known my work for a long while knows what this is, because I did a print of this. She is also the cover of Gods and Spirits, a sketchbook. So I don't mind rehoming the concept art for that. I'll make sure it's scanned in. I'm pretty sure I have a scan of it, but I'll make sure it's scanned in before I add it to the pile for certain. Ooh. I would add him, but I feel like he's a reference to World of Warcraft, so I'm not going to add him. Who is this saucy boy? Don't know, but he's in my sketchbook. I'm not going to judge. I've definitely drawn weirder. I'll add this. Somebody will resonate with it. I'll add it. I think this is it for this sketchbook because I was flipping through here. Yeah, that's it for this one. We're not really clearing a bunch of space. We're not clearing the equivalent of a sketchbook. We're getting there, but we're not quite there yet. All right. I'm going to put up the snack break sign again while I put these back, and then we will start. Well, we will bag these when I get back, and then once these are bagged, I'm going to clear out the space to test out table layouts. That's what's coming up next. Be back in a moment. Actually, come to think of it, for the funsies and also for compare and contrast old versus new, I think I'm going to flip through one of the more recent sketchbooks. The more recent sketchbooks are in the milk crate down here. So we'll flip through this one. I like to decorate the covers of my sketchbooks with stickers, in case you can't tell. It helps me differentiate each one. This is from January to, what's the end date in this one? October. January to October of 2022, this book. There's going to be a fair bit of Stars of Fantasyville original sketches in here, actually, come to think of it. So those will get bagged and boarded for sure. Okay. Flip it through here. I'm still really proud of this page. Got real tight with my pencils in this particular book compared to like 2016. Compare contrast. Got a lot tighter with my pencils. The difference that 6 years makes. I also got much better mechanical pencils. That made a difference too. Ooh. Oh, there's a little part of me that wants to bag and board this. But it also does not make a whole ton of sense on its own. I feel like, but it's also like I could bag and board this. What? This is a page from my webcomic PuzzleSpell. Link in the doobly-doo if you would like to check that out. But you know what? Yeah, we'll add that. Because I know I have this scanned in. But I'm going to need to take scissors rather than peeling it off at the perforated edge. Because I drew into the perforated edge for this one. We're just going to cut off the little, like, nubbins for that one. Ooh. I'm going to make a painting with this one. With this as the foundation. I really like that. I like how that sketch turned out. First draft of this idea. This always happens. People throw me out the window, tell me I'm the Puma Man, then leave. I still get such a kick out of that quote. It's so great out of context. That is a riff from MST3K, the Puma Man. It's a great episode, by the way. If you haven't checked that out, it's on YouTube. You should watch it. It's hilarious. Oh, I got to be careful with this one, too, because there are definitely some saucy sketches involving mermaids in this one. Oh, yeah. Yep. Got to skip past that. And that, too. Okay. Also, spoilery pages for PuzzleSpell, so I had to skip past all those. Ooh. Maybe I'll add that. It's so colorful. Maybe I'll add that to the pile. I don't think I scanned it in, though. I have to double check that. But I really like that. Okay, I like it enough that I'm going to keep it. So we're not going to bag it. Ooh. I really want to do something with this pattern right here. At least the Puma Man will land on his feet. I mean, in part of the movie, he does. That's all I'm going to say about that. You'll have to watch the rest of it. It's very funny. Let's see. We got some. Ooh. Okay, part of me wants to bag this just because of the sheer, like, absurdity of how many faces I've managed to fit into this one page. Like, dang. I kind of want to bag it, but it's also like I'm really proud of it on its own, so I think I'll keep it. That's spoilers. Yeah. I'm going to keep this, but this is a teaser for something that I want to make a larger illustration of. Charlie and Clow doing the Will Smith with his wife meme of like, yeah. Ooh. For any readers of the Fourth Leg, the Shades of Chicago playthrough, might be a little spoilery for the end of season 1, but yeah. A little inspo on that one. Okay, I'm going to bag and board this one, but another topless one. There's an awful lot of these. But I think I'm going to bag and board it. I do really like how that turned out, though. I got to make sure it's scanned in because I want a copy. But I'll bag it. Ooh. Pretty sure this one's scanned in, but we're bagging this one. I like how the patterns turned out there. We're bagging this one. We gotta. I know I have a copy of her because she's the cover for Stars of Fantasyville sketchbook. This is Duchess. She's a tabaxi cleric. She's nonverbal, so she uses her telepathy to speak to people on a one-on-one basis, because otherwise she's just going to be like, ah! I love her. Ooh, I was having a lot of fun with gel pens for this one. Gel pens and large color swatches. Trying out different ways of coloring with Copic. I like how those turned out. I want to do more like that. I'm keeping that one. Rapid fire is what I'm doing, because a lot of this is like, oh, I know this one. I'm not bagging it. I know it. I'm not bagging it. This I will bag, but Alex will probably want it. This is a sketch of Caleb from Critical Role Campaign 2. She'll probably want it. Okay. Gonna eat dinner, hop back on if you're still streaming. Thanks for the stream and sharing your sketchbook. Absolutely, no problem. Enjoy dinner. For folks who are sticking around on the stream or in the replay, thank you for sticking around. Yeah, we'll bag this one. Okay, there's going to be a bunch of tearing out because all of these sketches that I'm tearing out right now made it into the Stars of Fantasyville. So I have these in print already. I'm not too precious about holding on to them. So we can bag and board them. Because I have digital copies and physical copies. Oh, this is going to make so much space for the one sketchbook that I'm about to fill up. So yay for that. Apologies for the shaking of the camera. Dang! It was so thick and now it's so much thinner. Look at that. We made a dent. Heck yeah. All right, we're going to put that back. Also, I hadn't intended on flipping through this one, but I know this has Stars of Fantasyville sketches in there that I'm going to bag and board, so I'm just going to flip through this real quick and get those. Get them bagged and boarded. Kind of want to bag him. Nah. Okay. Oh, that was saucy. Okay. Gotta be careful. I'm gonna add this to the pile. Adding that to the Love Mart pile. I feel like there are going to be people who will want this one. I think there are people who will want it. I'll have to make sure he's scanned in, but yeah. Concept art for a larger illustration I did. Just doing rapid fire right now. Okay. Oh, I know I scanned her in, so I'll add her to the pile. I feel like somebody would love her. I know I do. I'll make that into a larger illustration. That too. Oh, I forgot that I did I did Hourly Comic Day last year. Forgot about that. Ooh. I think this is scanned in because this is a concept for the Electric Tiger. So we'll bag him. Oh, Fire Tiger. Definitely got to add him. Okay, some of these are concept arts for a saucy novella, so we will hold on to those. Oh, we're gonna add these mermaids because this is part of another mermaid zine that I did, so we'll add those to the pile. This too. Somebody might like this one. Somebody might like him. Ooh. Somebody will definitely like her. I like her. All right, so. Oh, I got more. I know I got more. And then we have this. I was inspired by killer whales and clownfish for this one. No, wait. This one was a sea tang. This was a sea tang. Killer whale was a different one. Oh. Don't knock yourself off center light. Ooh. I'll let you sit with this one because it's a tiger fish. Get it? Okay, I'm gonna put it back. I'm gonna put it down. I'll add him. Somebody will like this one. Somebody will like it. He's based off of a hogfish. I'm so glad Past Me wrote down the inspirations in the margins. Ooh. We're definitely adding this one. I like this one. As far as mermaids and mermen go. Ah. We're adding this. I know I scanned her in. I'm like 80% sure that I scanned her in, but she'll be added to the file. And I'm going to add her. This unicorn kicks Nazis. Somebody's going to love that. Oh. Definitely going to add this. This was part of my unicorn zine as part of the zine club. More info on the zine club is in the ticker that's scrolling along the bottom there. Okay. And that's it for that sketchbook. Oh. And we thinned that one out real good too. Like, look at that. Oh my goodness. There might be room for a whole, like, there is. There's room for a whole other sketchbook down here. Hot dang. We did it, gang. Dang. Oh, good. We made room, which was one of my main goals with flipping through the art for bagging and boarding original art purposes. Huzzah. All right. Gonna have some tea. Okay. For this, I've been on my feet long enough. We're going to bring you down. I think you've been on your feet long enough too. So let's go ahead. Situate this death glower. That's better. Ah. Finally, I can sit down. Alrighty. You would think that with the perforated edge, they would make it easier to fold along the perforated edge, and then they do not do that. Here we go. I'm just going to make a pile of paper waste off camera here. So yeah, for anybody tuning in right now or is catching this part of the replay, I'm bagging and boarding some sketchbook art straight from my sketchbooks to take with me to Love Mart. Love Mart is a maker's market / fair this Saturday, February 10th, from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., hosted by Handmade Toledo, which a whole bunch of other independent creators are also going to be at Handmade Toledo. So if you would like to check out Toledo-based artists and creatives, check out their work and support local and small businesses, I hope you can make it. If you cannot make it, no worries. After Love Mart, anything of these that do not sell at Love Mart, I will list up on my Ko-fi shop. Now, that said, a lot of these sketches that I am bagging and boarding towards the top of the pile here, they actually appeared in zines that I gave to Zine Club members last year. And fun fact, I'm doing a Zine Club pledge drive right now. That's why there's a little ticker going at the bottom of the screen. So, if you go to the Zine Club pledge drive, you can choose the length of the subscription that you want or that you would like to gift. You can absolutely gift a subscription. And one of the add-ons is the 2023 Zine Club Archive. That gets you access to all of the zines that members got in 2023, including mermaids and the Pride zine and so many more. There were so many zines that I did last year. At least 8. I want to say I did more than 8, but at least 8. So yeah, Zine Club pledge drive at tinyurl.com/kzineclub. Link also in the description if you'd like to check that out. We are running the pledge drive until Valentine's Day, February 14th at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard. Which is actually a little bit longer than the last few crowdfunding campaigns that I've done. I try to keep them to about a week, but with some reader and fan feedback, they suggested that I run this pledge drive for 2 weeks. So that was what I did. I launched it February 2nd. And it's running till February 14th. So far, the campaign's doing pretty good. I mean, we hit our initial goal, and I set it low so that we could hit the goal and then kind of game the Kickstarter algorithm that way. The sooner that you hit your goal on Kickstarter, the more likely Kickstarter is to boost your campaign. And by boost, I mean share your campaign in front of people who do not follow you as part of their algorithm. I'll talk about algorithms probably in a bit because of a factually podcast episode that I listened to yesterday, but we'll get to there when we get to there. You know what? We'll get to it now. So I listened to Factually, the Adam Conover podcast last night, and he spoke with Yanis. I cannot remember his last name. He was the former Greek he was a Greek finance guy. And this particular person argues that we are currently in a system that is worse than capitalism, which is techno-feudalism, which is that there are tech companies that run these digital fiefdoms where they are extracting rent from their users for the privilege of using their platform. And one of his arguments that I wholeheartedly agree with is that governments took entirely too long to catch on to what it is that these tech companies are doing. So now it is up to the individual people to demand that tech companies do better. And one of the things that we can demand from tech companies is a UBI, a universal basic income, because these tech companies are making enough money from harvesting our data and from ad revenue that most of us do not see, even on YouTube, that these tech companies, Google and Facebook and Amazon, can afford to give a stipend each month to people who use their platforms, and it won't hurt their bottom line very much. So we could get a universal basic income from these tech companies, but we got to put the pressure on to actually make that happen. Honestly, I feel like we are overdue for that. But that ties into a portion of my anti-attention economy manifesto, which is a Google Drive. I'll see about including a link to it in a pinned comment down below. Because the manifesto itself is free and is free to share. Eventually, I'll make a shareable zine out of it. I am of the opinion that I think that this Giannis guy is on the right track when it comes to calling tech companies like Google and Facebook like techno fiefdoms, where they are extracting resources from the people who are part of the system. Because it's not even capitalism, it's worse. I'm not saying capitalism is great. It has its flaws. But what we are in is worse than capitalism. But again, tech companies have the money and capability to pay the users a stipend for using our data and making ad revenue off of us, that we, the users, deserve a portion of that, not just ad revenue, but like an actual stipend. These tech companies can afford to give their users a universal basic income. Because if governments are not going to do it, the tech companies better do it. They're in a position that they can, and then they choose not to, and they choose to keep withholding tax money. And at this point, I'm real fed up with it. So I'm putting this message out to Google, and if this keeps my stream or this replay from being reached to more people, so be it. Hey, Google, you can pay your YouTube creators an actual like base stipend. You can pay us a universal basic income wage on top of ad revenue. I know you can afford it. It would actually be one of the best ideas that you come up with, because a whole lot of your other ideas in your idea generator campus are certainly not taking off. Also, I demand a cut of the money that you are making off of my data. Because you are actively stealing wages at the moment, Google. I know Facebook is even worse, because Facebook doesn't even pay ad revenue to anybody. You could try to argue that Instagram pays ad revenue, but like, not really. Hank Green did a breakdown of like YouTube versus Instagram, Reels versus TikTok. TikTok is the worst at this. But Hank Green already did a pretty thorough breakdown of why it is that TikTok sucks. in regards to how they treat their creators in the creator pool. So like Google and Facebook, you can be better than TikTok. And one of the best ways that you can be better than TikTok is by paying your creators a stipend on top of ad revenue. Because you're already using our data, we deserve a cut of that earnings. That is my argument. If you would like a more detailed argument as to why this is, pretty sure you can find all of the major talking points in the Factually episode, the most recent Factually episode from Adam Conover. The thumbnail says worse than capitalism. I could not tell you what the guy's like full name is, who he speaks with, but it's that episode of Factually. Also, Factually is a great podcast, by the way. Y'all should listen to it if you're not listening to it already. Okay, I need scissors for this one. I do want to make sure that I have this guy scanned in. Okay. Once we have these sketches bagged and boarded, again, I'm not taping these shut because I will be scanning them later, but we're just bagging and boarding these so that they can be like safely out of the sketchbooks without fear of Mooney or Bree trying to eat these. They really like to eat paper. I might make another cup of tea. We'll see. But it is also 8:30. So once I make it through this pile, we'll see if I can get to testing out table layouts for Love Mart. So I did not anticipate this step of the process to take this long. Apologies, y'all. I hope that you are liking seeing all of these old sketchbook pages, though. I'm having a lot of fun looking at these and sharing them with y'all. So, also, the guy in question who was interviewed in Factually released a book recently called Techno-Feudalism. If you look up the title Techno-Feudalism, his name will pop up because the book is still fairly new. Worth a read from what I can tell. I definitely need to get myself a copy, or at least find a way to get my hands on a copy. I'll see if it's available in the library system yet. If it is, I'm going to order it so I can read it. If it's not, I'll buy a book through the Adam Conover link so that he can get a kickback from it. But we'll see. We'll see how we do at Love Mart this weekend. Because, man, I would love to sell a whole lot of original arts and books, etc. at Love Mart. We'll see how it goes, though. I've not showcased at Love Mart. This is the first time Love Mart is even a thing. But Handmade Toledo has run other events before. So, I mean, I've been wanting to work with Handmade Toledo since I found out about them sometime last year. Or even the year before. I think it was the year before. Because the year before I saw flyers for like a Maker's Mart that they ran in November. And it was right around then that I was like, ah, man, I missed the deadline to apply to get a table there. I did not miss my deadline for Love Mart this year. So we will try Love Mart and we will see how it goes. Yeah, Love Mart is my first event of 2024 and we will see how that goes. I am up to date on my vaccinations, but I'm still going to go wearing a mask because I don't want to make anybody else sick on accident. Because I don't want to be like patient zero carrying something and be an unwitting carrier for something. I don't want to be that person. So, okay, fun fact about the production of Stars of Fantasyville, a sketchbook. I'll have copies available at Love Mart, and these sketches that I'm bagging and boarding right now are from Stars of Fantasyville, a sketchbook. But there's one thing that I do regret not putting into the final print product, which is these character sketches have details in the upper corner detailing their name, their lineage, and their pronouns. Each of the characters has that in the original sketch. When I was putting the book together, I erased those. And there's a little part of me that's like, I really should have kept those in there. Really should have kept those in there, I think. I don't know. I don't entirely know why Past Me erased them before taking them to print, but maybe the next print run, I will add that information in there. It depends. I still have a lot of copies. I still have a lot of copies of this book. It's to the point where I'm considering a particular promotional tactic that I've not done in a long while. Because see, here's the thing. I have the Zine Club pledge drive happening at the same time. The Zine Club pledge drive, I was thinking about making a QR code to have at my table at Love Mart this Saturday so that I can let people know, hey, I have a Kickstarter happening right now. Scan the QR code to check that out. I'm thinking of offering that whoever checks out the Kickstarter campaign at Love Mart and then backs the Kickstarter campaign while they're at Love Mart, I'll give them a free copy of the Stars of Fantasyville, a sketchbook. Signed. I'm seriously considering that because I have a lot of extra copies of this book. And I also think that that would be a neat little reward. Of course, it would have to be a one-day only thing. That's the only drawback to that. Also, for the record and for posterity's sake, what I'm doing this on is not my kitchen table. We do not have a kitchen table. My roommate Alex and I both discussed it before we moved into this apartment, and we decided that the dining area space would be my office because I really needed an office space. In the previous apartment, the living room was big enough that we could have living room stuff on one side, my office on the other side. I did not necessarily like that arrangement because it was very easy for me to just kind of like look up and look to my right-hand side because we kept our TV to the right-hand side of my desk. It was very distracting, even with my headphones on. I actually vastly prefer having the dining space of this apartment being set up as my office. Because now I can put my headset on and I'm not distracted by anything that Alex does in the living room. Unless she's got the sewing machine going. But even then, not that much of a bother. Because like the angle that the living room is at, I cannot see the TV. So I can't be distracted by the TV. If she has some noise going on, I can have my noise canceling headphones on and I won't be able to hear it. And that's really nice. So like moving to this apartment has been a move towards efficiency, which is for anybody who's been keeping track of my work for the last May to February is nine months. Anybody who's been watching my work for the last 9 months will be like, man, Kelsey's been doing a lot of stuff. And that'd be why. because one of the major distractions in my life has suddenly moved into another room, and now I can focus better. And it is very nice. Also, this sketch that I am prepping right now, I'll go ahead and show this off. This little dwarf guy is actually a character from a retelling of The Little Mermaid that I have in the works right now. It's called Julia. I actually bagged her a minute ago. Let me see if I can pull her back out again. Here she is. Julia. Because I remember reading somewhere online the idea that, hey, what if the Little Mermaid got legs, but she was wheelchair bound because she didn't know how to use them? Or the witch gave her useless legs? And I was like, I'm going to take that. So she's, mute and unable to walk. She is going to use sign language, ASL in particular, in this story. So that does necessitate me needing to learn sign language. I know some gestures. I know some things like ice cream, home, I believe. Thank you. And I know a couple of swears, but I feel like I shouldn't gesture those. One of them I learned from Super Art Fight. I'll share one. Cthulhu. That one's a fun one. I did know how to do the alphabet, but I am very rusty with ASL alphabet. So, sorry, I was just thinking. I hope there's still a brand that's around, but there was a brand ages ago. I want to say just over a decade ago, but probably less than that. So this brand was at Target. They were called Help, and they did like a headache medicine and things like that. They had a website, and the website was so good. These people were clearly good at marketing. So this brand, which was basically like help medicine, they decided their website was going to answer a whole bunch of other like help questions. And one of those was, help, I need to learn another language. And the way that this brand answered it was by saying, here is sign language for snakes. And it just showed a diagram of the alphabet from ASL, but every letter is hiss. So it's like hiss, 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 hiss. And I'm just like, it's funny because snakes don't have hands. And they just decided to say sign language for snakes. It was beautiful. I missed that website so much because there were other questions that they answered. Like there was one that was like, help, I don't know how to have sex. And they just had a banana and a donut. And you could pick up one or the other and have it interact with either the banana or the donut. Which is a brilliant way to answer that question, especially in a family-friendly way. So yeah, this brand was help. They were brilliant, and I miss them every day. They really knew what they were doing. It was fantastic. I hope to reach that level of peak irreverence someday. Oh, I'm crying a little bit. I really hope this brand is still around. I haven't looked it up in a long, long while, but they were so funny. They also listed the ingredients in their medicine in a really plain text way. They would be like, here's what's in this medicine, and it gave you like plain English answers to the question. Love that for them. God, this pile of sketches is so big. I kind of went ham. Kind of went ham with this. I probably shouldn't have gone ham with this, and then I did. Oops. Ooh, you know what? While I'm at it, I'm going to go ahead and talk about these two, because these two are from the same story, actually. The story's not out yet, but it's called The Name of the Forest Spirit. These two are part of the same story. It's his story. It is the story of Occitan the elf. Rune Mage, the rabbit here, is a character who kind of joins him begrudgingly. Because like the whole reason that Occitan is on the journey is because his people have been kidnapped into slavery, and Occitan's the only survivor. And along the journey, he partners with Margot, who acts as his tour guide. Then it's almost like a D&D campaign. Like the further that they travel, the more allies that they accrue in their party, until eventually a Rune Mage and his dragon lover are recruited. Yes, he has a dragon lover. Don't ask too many questions. But in case you are wondering if Occitan hooks up with anybody, to answer that question, I'm going to include a little bit of lore and world building here. See the color of his loincloth there? You notice how it's like a deep indigo blue? That is a reference to indigo as a color cloth in Dogon society. That indigo is the same color cloth used for childbirth and funeral shrouds. I made the argument in my senior thesis that meant that the color indigo had a spiritual significance and connection to their spirit world. And I made a pretty thorough argument about this in the senior thesis. And I'm so mad that I don't have a copy of my senior thesis anymore. I don't know what happened to it. But I did make that argument. Oh, I'm going to put you on a snack break real quick because Mom is calling. Hey, Mom. Oh, hold on. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mooney did take over the stream for a little bit. I saw him jump up onto the table while I was on the phone with Mom just now. So that's why I had the mic muted for a minute. Ooh, excuse me. I am still bagging sketches. This is taking entirely too long. I went to Little Ham, taking out sketchbook pages. Oh, okay. We'll see if I can actually get around to testing the table layout that I want to. That might have to be a tomorrow task, come to think of it. Oh, I need scissors for this one because see this? She went into the margins of the perforated edge, so I'm going to have to cut the little paper dongles rather than tearing along the perforated edge. I really like how this turned out, though. This is Angora, the Last Valkyrie. She's from the D&D campaign that I am currently running. The player characters, have not met her yet because she's currently imprisoned. And she needs rescuing. The lore for that particular backstory is romantically tragic. Also, her husband is in this pile somewhere. Eventually, I'm going to put together a zine or a PDF or something with the D&D campaign notes that I've put together for this campaign that I'm running. Because anytime that I've talked about it with guests on the Fourth Leg or anybody from the Fourth Leg, they're like, Kelsey, I'm gonna need a PDF of this, and I'm like, I'll figure it out. And I really need to make a PDF of everything that I've built for this particular campaign because there's a lot that went into it. And actually recorded some video, and hopefully I'll get the video out soon, showing how I built Vash the Stampede in Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. More than likely, what you are thinking of right now is not the build that I went with. Because there is no gunslinger in 5th edition D&D. I had to wiggle. A few things to make it happen. But, yeah, I did build Vash the Stampede in Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. I would say how I built him, but I actually broke it down in further detail in the video. And I am sincerely hoping to get the video out sooner rather than later. So when the time comes, that's when I'll do the breakdown. Oh, this is Archie. This is my vampire whom I play in Shades of Chicago. God, I don't know why I was blanking on the name for a minute. I was just talking about it a few minutes ago. Oh! This is an angel from my D&D campaign. This one in particular is a bastard. That's all I'm going to say about him. Also, yes, the bad guys in my campaign are angels. Let that sink in. They think that they are angels. Or at least that they are biblically accurate angels. They are, in fact, servants of one of the demon lords without knowing it. But that's going into some spoilers, and some of my players might be watching this. So that's all the information I'm going to say about that. So this is Kay. Anybody who backed the Kay the Valkyrie wallpaper Kickstarter, this is them in their not rage form. The black-skinned angel figure from that wall print is them in their rage form, because Kay is a multi-class bard, barbarian, paladin. So they have the ability to rage, which is what barbarians do in 5th edition. Probably other editions too, but definitely in 5th ed. And if you're wondering, well, Kelsey, why would you build a campaign in D&D 5th edition? Don't you know that Wizards of the Coast? Yes, I know what Wizards of the Coast is doing right now. I still built the campaign in 5th edition because those are the books that my players and I have immediate access to. We don't have other books yet. Yet being the operative words. We're working on it. But because we all have the same shared resource, it's like, well, I might as well build this campaign for this system that we all have books for. I will say, as somebody who has designed 2 RPGs by this point, I've designed one-page RPG and one called Toe Beans and Broomsticks, which is more extensive. So I've designed both, and I've run campaigns in D&D 5th edition. When I designed my games, I did not use the D20 system or D&D 5th edition as a base. I actually went with some very light powered by the apocalypse rules. For one of them, with Toe Beans and Broomsticks, I went for a what if Dungeons and Dragons was simplified and only used 6-sided dice. That was my thinking going into designing the Toe Beans and Broomsticks. I wanted it to be more accessible than D&D 5th edition. That was my goal with Toe Beans and Broomsticks. I wanted it to be the kind of RPG that anybody who would want to could pick it up, and somebody who would feel intimidated playing Dungeons and Dragons, I don't want them to feel intimidated picking up Toe Beans and Broomsticks. That was not my goal with that game. I have to throw this out there for folks who might know my deep lore webcomic Johnson and Sir. This is Johnson. Their first name is Avery Johnson. Sir is actually named Tex. Tex Avery. That was on purpose. See, the secret to how I name a lot of things in the stuff that I create. The secret to how it is that I can work on so many things and come up with so many names is that the names are puns. That is my secret. Oh, I do see that there is a question in the chat. Let me see, get into that. What's your take on adding a cover system in TTRPG? As in, a character hiding behind a crate or table would be harder to land a hit on, etc. Would it be too complex to factor in with everything else going on? Honestly, there are ways that you can make that work in games. So I believe in 3.5, in D&D 3.5, various levels of cover could give you a +1, a +5, or a +10 to your stealth. With D&D 5th edition, they just simplified it to advantage and disadvantage, or at least DM ruling. So it did give power to the DMs that if they wanted to keep +1, +5, or +10 on varying difficulties, they could do that. In 5th edition, the way that they do this is they have like partial cover, 3/4 cover, and full cover. And the difficulty challenge rating changes depending on how much cover that there is, but there's 3 levels of it. Now, I have not looked at 1 D&D, but I think if I'm to understand it right, 1 D&D was an attempt at really simplifying D&D. Whether it succeeded or not, I don't know. Again, I haven't looked at 1 D&D. It also really depends, as far as cover system goes, it depends on the game that you're running and the vibes that you're going for. Because having played Urban Shadows, which is run off of Powered by the Apocalypse, Urban Shadows is a urban fantasy RPG where you role play as werewolves or vampires or hunters or dragons in human bodies, however you want to role play it. And combat does not play a huge role, but there are combat scenes and they role play in a more cinematic way. So Urban Shadows does not get too bogged down in like the mechanics of it. So it doesn't have like varying levels of cover the way the D&D does. So in Powered by the Apocalypse, you can say, I take cover, and there's no perception checks that need to be made. There's no stealth roll that needs to be made. The closest that I can think of would be like, hey, I'm playing a vampire and I want to duck and cover. So I will need to make a blood roll to make sure that my bloodlust is kept under control, because if it peaks too high, they're going to notice me, kind of a thing. It's situational in something like Urban Shadows. In something like Toe Beans and Broomsticks, the game that I created, it's going to be dependent on what you roll for. It's the equivalent of a dexterity check. It's been a while since I looked at the rules, even though I designed this game, but there is a stat that tracks like, this is how sneaky you are, how slick you are, and that sort of thing. It's that stat. If you roll your 2d6s and put your modifier in and you roll like a 7 or higher, you're stealthy. You're hiding. Like, anybody who's trying to look for you is not going to spot you. If you roll between a 6 and a 4 or something like that, like if you roll below a 7, as long as it's not like below a 4, you may succeed, but there's a catch. If you roll below a certain number, you're going to fail. Like, that's how I kept it with Toe Beans and Broomsticks. And I kept it pretty universal. The only real change is on the like sneak modifier that the player character has. So it really depends on the game that you have and the vibe that you are going for. Because do you want it to be something that applies universally? How do you want it applied universally? Is it based on the character's sneak stat? Is it based on the enemy's perception? How are you going to tabulate those? Like the broad strokes. Also, what kind of vibe are you going for in this game? Because like D&D 5th edition is very much a simplified Dungeons and Dragons, and Dungeons and Dragons was already like war tactics but fantasy. So when they were doing war tactics but fantasy, they took into account so many factors. Like, this is the enemy's perception. This is your perception. This is your sneak. This is how much cover there is in the area. This is what the built environment looks like. D&D takes all of that into account because at its core, it's a combat sim. Like, 5th edition did try to put in role-playing mechanics for like interpersonal situations, like persuasion, deception, that sort of thing. But at its core, it's a combat sim. Toe Beans and Broomsticks is not a combat sim. Toe Beans and Broomsticks is a Saturday morning cartoon made into a tabletop RPG where you play as furry animals going on big adventures. So, not going to be war tactic level here. There is a spell in the game called "Do Not Touch Me, I Am the Knight." It's written in all caps to give you an idea of the kind of game that Toe Beans and Broomsticks is. Gonna shill for a second. If you would like to get a copy of this game, the deluxe version, it is actually a reward that we unlocked during the Zine Club pledge drive, which is still running. Link in the description to find out more about it. We are accepting new pledges for the Zine Club pledge drive until Valentine's Day. And shill. Okay. So yeah, like I said, it depends on the game that you are running, the vibes that you are going for, and a few other factors. But those are the big ones. Because you don't want to introduce like hardcore war tactics into a Saturday morning cartoon. Because it's going to be real weird when Disney's Recess suddenly starts taking on qualities of, like, the Devil's Backbone. You know what I mean? That's some real tonal dissonance right there. Actually, speaking of, like, game systems and vibes, somebody on YouTube brought up that they felt the game system Kids on Bikes was a better fit for Dimension 20 than Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition was. I gotta say, I kind of agree. From what I have seen of Kids on Bikes, because Dimension 20 did a playthrough, they did a season with Kids on Bikes as their main system instead of D&D. If you would like to see that, it's called Mentopolis. Hank Green is a special guest player on there, actually. It's also just a great season. Until Burrow's End came out, Mentopolis was the Dimension 20 series that I binged repeatedly. Like, I've seen it at least twice. It's just great. I love it so much. The one that I'm kind of binging right now is actually not Fantasy High Junior Year. I'm watching it, but I'm not watching it at the same level of dedication as that I did for Mentopolis or even Burrow's End. Burrow's End, I tuned in every time a new episode dropped. I was like, new episode of Burrow's End, gotta watch it. But like, new episode of Fantasy High, I'm like, I'll get to it when I get to it. Like, Fantasy High is not why I picked up a Dropout subscription, you know? I have questions for you, Los. I would like to know what it is about Hank Green that scares you. Please, I need to know. Because I grew up with this man. Like, I did not watch Brotherhood 2.0 until much later, but I do know that was how he got started on YouTube, was Brotherhood 2.0. I've been watching the Vlogbrothers since college back in like 2009. So I am sincerely curious. What is it about Hank Green that scares you? I desperately need to know. Because actually, I really liked him he was in 2 TTRPG shows that I really liked, actually. One was Mentopolis. The other, from years and years ago, was Titan's Grave, The Ashes of Volcana. That was the one that Will Wheaton GM for. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Minor correction, though. When you were like normally a nice guy, but him using scary science facts in a D&D session. So it was not D&D, that was Kids on Bikes. Mentopolis, they were using Kids on Bikes during that season, so it was not D&D. But it is very funny because in that season, Hank Green did build a character named The Fix, who was hyperfixation. Because Mentopolis takes place entirely in the brain of one person. And everybody is different aspects of this guy's functioning brain system. Hank Green plays hyperfixation, aka The Fix. And so he chooses to share like wild science facts. And it's great. I do love that like he uses science facts to intimidate people. It cracks me up. But I also have a very different relationship with fun science facts. So, yeah. Oh, that's static electricity. Okay, there we go. Only saw the clip of him freaking out the DM. Probably Brennan Lee Mulligan. I mean, it's not hard to freak out Brennan Lee Mulligan. Also, for the Los and anybody else who tuned in a little late right now, I am bagging and boarding sketches that I ripped straight from my sketchbooks. I made too big of a pile. I am very concerned that I might actually run out of bags and boards before I finish this. I'm very concerned about that. Also, I'm going to take these clip-on earrings off. Earlier, I said, hey, I've been wearing these, and they don't feel like pinching. I've been wearing them pretty much all day, and now they're getting to a point where they feel like they're pinching. So I'm going to take them off now. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. These streams that I'm running this week, because Tuesdays was a long stream. Today is also going to be a long stream because I'm still hoping that by the time I finish going through this pile, I can still do a table layout tryout. But honestly, this is taking a while, and it's like almost 9:30. I've been at this for like 3.5 hours now, and I'm still not done. This is taking too long. Now I could take a break and just try table layouts now, but that requires moving a lot of things. I'm still working on these things. Okay. The things that I do for Love Mart. Although, I gotta say, so far, we have a stack this thick of original art. This is really, really nice. Like, so many. So many. I have to be very cautious. Some of these are topless figures. I'll have to go through and find those figures and put little tasteful censor bar sticky notes over their tatas. Okay. Okay, you know what? We've now reached the part of the pile that is the sketches from 2016, and there's a little part of me that's like, maybe I should go through these and see if I actually want to bag and board these or if I want to just put them back. Because they're looking at this one, I'm like, you know what? I don't want to bag this. This is a lot of work. this is also a lot of work. Like, oh God, there are some of these and I'm just like, why did I tear this out? Oh, I'll bag this. That said, I will bag this. I feel like somebody will appreciate this. I feel like this is in reaction to the whole like topless figures thing. Yeah. I've been covering tastefully anytime that they pop up, so do not fret. I'm going to make sure that this is not demonetized. Not that this is monetized anyway. And earlier in the stream, I made an entire argument about why YouTube or Google more broadly, like Google and Facebook, should be paying stipends on top of ad revenue. They already harvest our data. We deserve a cut of that. I already made that argument earlier this stream, so I'm not going to repeat myself. For a full argument as to why and to be convinced yourself, check out the latest episode of Factually, the podcast. Because one of the guests is Giannis. I don't know his last name. Oh, this one I'm bagging. These ones I'm putting back here. That's topless. Bagging this one. Bagging this one. Definitely bagging this one. Because that's just funny. What's the keyword for those kinds of bags and boards on shopping websites? They're comics bags and boards. Honestly, I buy these straight from the hobby shop. I don't bother with online ordering. If you go to any comic shop or hobby shop, they will have those. So, yeah. It's also worth trying stores that advertise that they carry Pokemon cards, because odds are high that if they carry like Pokemon or Magic the Gathering or Yu-Gi-Oh cards, they have the card sleeves. And if they have the card sleeves, odds are pretty high they're going to have comics, bags, and boards. Because it's all collector's stuff. And that's kind of their target market. So I don't bother ordering these online. I just go in person to hobby shops and buy them directly from there. Also, I refuse to buy from Amazon, just categorically. And it turns out it's for good reason. A very well-meaning person from a comics collective Discord server that I'm a part of, they were very well-meaning, and they sent me a Amazon gift card. But now I have a $25 Amazon gift card, and I have no use for it because I don't shop on Amazon. So I'm thinking about just giving it to my roommate, Alex, because she shops on Amazon more than I do. Like, I make it a regular point not to do it. That said, if you were going to shop online for these, check hobby-related online shops. But yeah, these are just regular comic-sized bags and boards and backing boards. So, you know, I don't know what to tell you there for keywords, bruh. I don't shop for these online. I go in person. I know I scanned this one in, so I'm not worried about that. Putting you back. Yeah, we'll bag this one. We'll bag it. It's cute. It's cute, and somebody will want it. Nah, we'll We'll set you aside. We'll bag you. You're decent and you already have the thing torn off, so. Here we go. The pile of art keeps growing. Keeping you. We'll bag you. I am now at a point where I'm sorting through and being like, do I really want to bag this? This is turning into entirely too much work for me. Now, I could test table layouts tomorrow. Because, I'll be honest, I completely forgot that Friday was the day of the week this week. So I have like a whole extra day to get stuff done if I wanted to. We'll bag you. But it's a good thing that I have that extra day because I started crocheting a red hat because I stated this at the top of the stream. I am in my monochrome era. Today is a black day. So I'm wearing all black. Yesterday was all blue. Last live stream was all purple. I think tomorrow I'm going to wear all green because I have an all green outfit. I have a couple variants of an all green outfit. And then for Love Mart on Saturday, I'm going to wear all red or as close to all red as I can because I do not have red pants or a red skirt. Technically, I have a red skirt, but it's like a mini skirt, so I would have to wear leggings underneath of it. I'm not gonna worry about like red pants, anything. I'm just gonna wear my white jeans, and I have a red duster and a red sweater vest that I finished knitting recently, so I will wear that. And I am currently crocheting a red beanie, a little red beanie hat, and I started it last night actually, and I got a circle about that big. But now the crochet hat is about down to here on my scalp, I want to say. So I'm making pretty good progress. I'm hoping that I can finish it tomorrow. I want to bag him, but he needs to be in color for the gag to work because his color scheme is entirely Valentine's colors. It's pinks and purples and reds. But you can't tell in this because it's a black and white line drawing. I'm not sure that I'm going to have the time to color him in. And I'm not sure that I have the inclination to color this in particular. So I don't know. And I'm not going to bag you. All right. We got a stack of art. Oh, geez. Okay. This thick. So for Love Mart, I'm going to price these at $20 to start. If they're not moving at that price point, I will lower it to $15. And if they're still not moving, I'll lower it to $10. But we're going to start at $20 for these. I think for a good number of these, $20 would make sense as a price point. Yes, beautiful stack of art, stack of art. It's such a thick stack. Look at this. It's thicker than Atlas Shrugged, and it's more beautiful. Ah! I love it. I love it so much. There's so much art in here. So much. Okay, so much. Again, I got to make sure that there's not going to be any inappropriate stuff in here. So much. Oh, and so much of it is like character art too. So I'm really pleased about that. And a fair bit of this are sketches from the Stars of Fantasyville, a sketchbook. So yeah, there you go. Okay, I gotta put this somewhere. I'll put it on my glass desk. Hold on. Okay, I'm not taping those up because I gotta make sure that a fair number of those are scanned in. As for this pile of papers, I have a box of paper shreds that I have under my desk. 1, to put my paper shreds. 2, for my cats, because they love to play with paper shreds. And they already claimed it as a cat nest toy, or a toy nest, because here's a mouse. They love to play with mousy. There we go. All right, we're just gonna take these, put them in the bin. They will eventually make it to recycling, but today is not that day. Oh, and thank goodness there is still bags and boards. I'm going to try to save these for other stuff. Since this pile of sketches came from my 2016 sketchbooks, I will see about putting these back. For now, though, I think I'll put you here. Just for now. All right. All right, time to test some table layout shenanigans. So we're going to change your angle again. Here we go. All right, hold on. I'm digging behind you to get the tablecloth. I don't remember where I put it. Oh, okay, I found the milk crate. When you have so much stuff that you have expanded from 3 milk crates to 4, I gotta find a way to pare this down so that I can fit this into a suitcase more often than not, because there's gonna be some traveling in my near future. Gotta find a way to condense this into a suitcase. Okay. So this is my usual convention tablecloth. I'm not going to unfold this completely because here's what I want to do. Because I got to test a table layout to see how much I can fit onto 3 feet. Mm-hmm. Okay. And here's how I'm going to double check how big 3 feet is. Okay. Boop, there we go. Let's see how low I can dip this camera because you're on a laptop. Okay. I can't really pick you up, sorry, to give you a full view, but we have this now set at 3 feet. Okay, with that. Okay, I'm going to put some weights on these far corners over there to make sure it doesn't slip. Is this going to block the view? Not really. Okay. We'll use this as a weight. Okay. It's my email sign-up sheet, which we'll put there-ish.
Hi, Boobs.
Boo Boo the cat decided to greet me. Okay. I gotta be careful. There's a lot of plastic floating around. Boo Boo doesn't chase after paper much, but she loves plastic. She will eat it. So I gotta make sure she doesn't eat any of this. So the good news is, folks who backed Cats on Kickstarter Cats on Crowdfunder, you helped fundraise enough that we could do 20 copies of the sketchbook plus get a second display made of these. This is my first one. We managed to fundraise enough to get a second one. The bad news is I did not order it yet. I will order it soon. I need to at least make sure that I get it before AwesomeCon weekend. At minimum, especially got to get it before WrathCon weekend. We'll make it happen, but we have the funding to get a second one of these. Give me a bit and I'll show you the full assembly. It got stuck. Okay. Okay, that's back. Display. There's the shelf.
Why, hello, sir. There is a Moony boy by my feet. Hello, Moony boy. Are you going to help me do a table test? A little table test setup?
Now, admittedly, I probably could have just drawn this in my sketchbook, but I wanted to actually do this physically because it's been several months since I did a table setup. And I want to make sure that I can fit what I need to in 3 feet. That said, folks who have stuff as part of the holiday pop-up shop, I don't know how much of your stuff I'll be able to fit in this 3 feet of space. So I make no promises of carrying stuff from the holiday pop-up shop for Love Mart this weekend. Because I don't know how much will fit yet. This is part of why I'm doing a table test. Okay, I'm going to try to keep the assembly somewhat loose so it's sturdy enough that I can put books on here and it's not going to fall apart. Oops, sorry. Okay. That usually happens. That one wood piece is a backup piece. Okay. Okay. With the book display here, I'm probably not going to pull out books to put on the shelf right now. I know from past table setups I can fit The Legend of Jamie Roberts volumes 1 and 2 on the back shelf. I can fit maybe I should do a test layout because volume 2 is a new variable. Because previously I could fit Legend of Jamie Roberts Volume 1, The Case of the Wendigo, Charlie and Clow the bonus arc, and 3 sketchbooks in the front row. To clarify, the 3 sketchbooks would sit in the front row. All the other books would be split between the other 2 rows back here. However, Volume 2 is a new variable, and I've only done one table layout with Volume 2. That was for a one-day in-person event back in November. I have to double-check my table layout from then to see what that looked like. Actually, no. I probably should not do that because that was holiday pop-up shop related stuff. Okay. All right, I'll figure this out. Grab bags! Business cards. Put the grab bags over there for a second. I forgot that I bagged these individually. Because I actually have some keychains, not all, but some keychains and pins in this utility thing. This is a new purchase. I got this for me for Christmas. I love it. It is now my home for stickers and pins and keychains for the time being. I know earlier in the stream I talked about clearing out stickers, but mostly so I can make room for pins so I can take advantage of that sorting system because I really like that sorting system. All right. Oh, you know what? There we go. Okay. Be nice. Cat's getting into a cat fight. Sheesh. All right. I don't know if the microphone picked that up, but the train had opinions. Okay. Ooh. So I have a small stack of bookmarks with my website on them. I'm actually going to slip these into the back of the bags and boards that I just bagged and boarded for the last 2.5 to 3 hours. So yeah, these will go in the back of those bags and boards so that if people only buy the bagged and board art and they don't take a business card, they still have my information in the back. Sometimes I'm so heckin' smart. Okay. Mini print. Mini print. It's the only mini prints that I have currently, so they may or may not stay out. Haven't decided yet. That's it for that box. Okay, this other milk crate is display things. Hey, be nice, you two. I don't think I have a book prop price tag yet for stars. I'm gonna have to fix that. Ouch. Okay. Now, usually, Rolling Cloud bonus art goes there. The Wendigo goes up here. Jamie Roberts there. And oh, gotta display the pins. I'm just gonna prop that up there. I usually have them on a like a dish prop, but I'm not gonna get that out right now because it's in a toolbox. I don't feel like digging in the toolbox right now. All right. The variable. Let's see where we can fit this. Well, that could work. I'll explain it in a minute. Give me a bit. Okay, I'm going to tilt this camera up. So here's what I'm thinking. We have Legend of Jamie Roberts Volume 1 and Volume 2 up here, top shelf. There's actually enough room here that I could tuck the misprint versions of this behind and like kind of wiggle in between, like so. I could put the misprints like tucked in back here if I wanted to. It would make them easy to slip behind the regular prints, but I only have 2 copies of the irregular prints. But alternatively, I could just keep them squished like so. That's a thought. Now, the Charlie and Clow comics. There's Charlie and Clow, which we're going to represent with this copy of the Legend of Jamie Roberts. They're the same dimensions, just different thicknesses. Because Charlie and Clow is a single issue floppy. But Charlie and Clow can fit here. Then there's a bonus arc, and in the case of the Wendigo. And they can fit on one shelf. And then that leaves this front row for the sketchbooks. Because the other sketchbooks are about the same dimensions as the Stars of Fantasyville. Because I don't feel like digging out all of my books right now. I have like, last I counted, like at least 13 titles, if not 14. I'm not digging all of those out right now. But we have enough here to fit the 5 mainstays. I call them my mainstays. And then 3 sketchbooks in the front here. Now, this is the 3 slots is not all of my sketchbooks. I have like 5 art sketchbooks now. Because there's witches, gods and spirits, dragons, stars, and coming soon, cats. But I'm not going to have cats at the table on Saturday. They're not going to arrive until Monday. So for the purposes of Love Mart, we're going to have 4 art books. I have enough book props that I could pull out one of the spare book props that I have to display one extra art book. Having said that, there is still the hang up of Thoughtful Dinosaur and Roxy. Both of those are comics that are formatted to these dimensions. They are wider than they are tall. Usually I have them standing alone. The problem is I don't know if I'll have enough space on the table within 3 feet to fit these, plus an art book, plus the other 2 wide format books. I still want to leave room on the table too for a box of the bagged and boarded original art, because I went through all that effort to bag and board those things. They better go on display. All right. Okay, so now I could put the wide format books in front of the sketchbooks like so. It would block off a chunk of the art, but the title cards for the comics do run along the top portion of the covers. So the actual titles of the books themselves would not be cut off, but a chunk of the art would be, and that bothers me. But it's a thought. It's a thought that I could put just about all of the books that I have on one display, this wood display. For the record, 3 feet of table space is not enough to fit 2 of these. Because one takes up, I mean, it would be a tight fit to try to fit a second one of those on there. But for the purposes of this, if I only have 3 feet of table space, I'll only take 1. If I have 6 feet, I will gladly take 2. But for the 3 feet, just the 1. Okay. Ooh. So, oh, okay. I'm actually going to put the, like, these are the keychains and the mini prints. These are the price points that it's like, if somebody comes along and just yoink and walks away, like, it's going to annoy me, but it's not going to be as much of a sting as if I put the original arts at the front here. So I think for the original art box, I'm going to keep the box back here, like right in front of me. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm leaning towards. Okay, if I move these over, that'll, okay. I moved the mini prints and stuff over so that there would be room here for, see if I can get one out and show. Here we are. Be not a purge, the holographic, biblically accurate angel keychains of cats. I have so many of these still, but these are also really popular, so I'm glad that I'm going to take them. I'm just going to have a stack of them kind of like spread out here. That way all of the keychains are grouped together. Now, I have given thought to making a paper display box for Be Not a Purge, but there is also just using the lid of one of the other boxes. This is why I like paper boxes as an organization system, because I can very easily just put them out on display. Now, the pins, they're small enough that I'm just going to have them on display, and extra copies are going to be kept in this case. I have everything marked on the inside. See if I can. There we go. There, you can probably see the lettering a little better with the lid off, but yeah, everything is very clearly labeled. Most of these are stickers, but I'm really hoping that I can clear most of these stickers. Again, my aim is to sell out of all of the stickers that I have in my possession so that I don't print anymore. There's a few reasons. There's a few reasons why. I actually did not mention some of the other reasons why I want to phase out these stickers. I'll go ahead and mention some of those now, since I have the box out. So, one of the reasons that I want to phase out these stickers is that it's not because they're pride stickers. I love that they are pride stickers. A lot of people are happy that they are pride stickers. However, this is supposed to be a baby dragon. At every show that I go to, when people look at this from a distance, they think it's a whale, which tells me that the general shape of the dragon baby is poorly designed, and I do not want poorly designed stickers on my table. So I'm going to try to sell out of all of the dragon baby pride stickers that I have. They're not the only pride stickers that I have. I also have pride gnomes. I will show what those look like in just a second. Here we are. We also have the gnomes. These were made for the What the Gnomes Know Kickstarter campaign. Ben sent me a whole bunch of these. So I have them in a whole bunch of different pride flag designs. Stickers are $1 each at Love Mart. We will see how they move at that price point, because odds are pretty high. At some point, most of these stickers will likely be marked down to free, or as like free with purchase type of thing. Like, if I can fit copies of What the Gnomes Know on the table, I don't think I can, but if I can fit them, then every purchase of What the Gnomes Know, I will toss in a free pride gnome, because I have so many of these. So yeah, I might just do a free sticker with purchase type of thing, just to try to clear them out faster. Because I would really like to clear out these stickers like really fast, because I have entirely too many of them. The other reason that I would like to clear out the stickers that I have is because I feel like currently the spread that I have induces choice paralysis in the shopper, and that's the last thing that I want to do, especially at my table. I already have a bunch of things at my table. I don't need to add another layer of choice paralysis to there. So I'm going to just try to phase out stickers. If I keep stickers on the table, I'm going to try to keep them as a limited selection, because again, they don't bring in the most profit on average. Those, like the most profitable stuff that I have on my table on average are books, original art, and keychains. Those are like my top 3, and my top 5 does encompass prints and pins. So like the stuff that's on the table right now, those are like the most profitable things that I have on the table. But stickers is not one of them. So that said, part of the reason people incorporate stickers as part of their table layouts is because, oh no, a customer has come by, but they only have like $1 or $2 to spend, and they still want to show support for your work. How do? Probably one of the easiest ways for me to do that, and this is by far one of the more popular ways anytime that I've like sold stuff to teenagers or kids, grab bags. Grab bags are a great way to, you know, support a creator with minimal effort and dollar amount. Like, that's why I have the grab bags here. So grab bags. So like stickers are usually the go-to item for, hey, I need a cheap item on the table that's like $1 so that if somebody's really tight on their budget, they can buy something. Honestly, for me, that's grab bags. Grab bags move better than stickers do. So yeah, honestly, I think I'm just gonna phase out stickers and just keep it to grab bags and all of these things. I may bring prints back. It depends, because again, I can't print anything at home anymore. My printer does not do color printing anymore. It stopped doing color printing. So okay. Okay, so for Love Mart is going to have a fair bit of stuff still. So there's going to be both volumes of The Legend of Jamie Roberts, all 3 of my Charlie and Clow comics, all of my sketchbooks minus Cats. Cats is not able to make it, sorry. Soon, but all of my art books will fit. The box of original art will fit. I'll have space for the mini prints I have, the keychains, and the pins. And that's probably all I'm going to take for Love Mart. Because 3 feet of table space cannot fit anything else. If I had the full 6 feet, I would take everything. Because I can fit everything into 6 feet of table space easily, no problem, including stuff from the holiday pop-up shop. I could very easily fit all of that onto 6 feet of space. But 3 feet, very limited. But I think I have a game plan. I'm glad that I did this layout test. This gave me a good plan for how to set everything up, which is good. It's half the deal. I do think the original art is going to do well at Love Mart. There's just the vibe that I got walking through Handmade Toledo was that there were a pretty sizable amount of prints and greeting cards and other things that were handmade items from independent creators in the Toledo area on display at Handmade Toledo. So I definitely get the vibe that Handmade Toledo really wants to support people who do original art. And I think original art, the bagged and boarded stuff that I just spent like the last 3 hours putting together, I feel like that's going to do well at Handmade Toledo. So I'm glad that I put in the effort for that. Fingers crossed that it does. Anything that does not sell at Love Mart, I'm going to list on my Ko-fi shop as much as I can. Obviously, you saw how big the stack was. So it may take a few weekends to list everything, but stuff will get listed. All right. I think I'm just going to wrap the live stream up here. I'll clean up everything off stream. But I'm tired of talking. I've been gone for 4 hours. This is enough. All right. Thank you so much for tuning in for this very long live stream. I appreciate it whether you were here all 4 hours or if you were only here for 4 minutes. I appreciate the support either way. The next few live streams that I do are not going to be this long, I promise. But if you would like to stay tuned for future live streams, hit subscribe and the notification bell so that you know the next time that I go live. If you liked this stream, give it a like. It really does help with the algorithm and everything else. Because, again, I would love for this channel to grow even just a little bit. My goal for this year is to hit 10,000 subscribers by December 31st. We'll see if I hit that goal. Arch of Winter says, may your Saturday be profitable. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, here's hoping that it's profitable. Also, Arch of Winter, I think you're also showcasing at Love Mart, or at least you got waitlisted if I remember correctly. Well, I hope that you can make it. But if you don't make it, if you're able to at least come in person to check everything out, I hope that you do. So I do hope anybody who's watching, if you're in the Toledo area, find me at Love Mart this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. at Handmade Toledo. The entire event is at Handmade Toledo. Bunch of creators are going to showcase their stuff there. So it's not just me, it's a whole bunch of I lost my train of thought. I'm so tired. All right. I'm going to log off. Thank you so much for watching. Do the YouTube stuff. Check out Love Mart this Saturday at Handmade Toledo if you're in Toledo. Thank you so much for watching. You are awesome.